Are we good? We are good. What's going on, stream? How you guys doing? I is here. We're in Pantheon at the moment. You're what? I was trying to think of an enchanter name, and every time I typed in a name with the character select, it was taken. So I was like, what can I do? So I tried Sparkles with an S, like, like Sparks, and it was taken. And I'm like, what if I try it with a Z? I tried it with a Z, and it took it, and I'm like, all right, I guess we're Sparkles. By the way, the enchanter is a ridiculous class. Their pet, their animated pet, it's like a boss. It's so ridiculous. Nope, enchanter. So you were familiar with EQ2 and you didn't play EQ1. In EQ2, the enchanters, the coercer and the illusionist didn't really have any pets. The coercer had charm. That was about it. Then the illusionist had their mirror image or their generated image, which assisted them in combat, but didn't really do any offensive stuff. In EQ1, the enchanter had an animated shield and sword that would actually attack if the enchanter was hit. So if somebody nuked the enchanter or hit the enchanter, the pet would say, "What are you doing? Don't do that," and then jump in the way, kind of like the way a dog does. You didn't have any control over it. It just did auto defend. In this game, you actually pick your target and summon your pet to the target. Now, your pet doesn't do a lot of damage, but it has so many hit points and generates so much threat. It's like a tank in itself. And by all definition, it's broken. And it's been that way for, what, 8 months, 9 months now? I'm sure at some point they're going to change it, but it's so ridiculous that at level 50, you can go into a group dungeon with a 6-person group with no tank and use the enchanter pet as the tank. Now, the enchanter pet lasts about 30 seconds. So if you can summon your pet to make it last the 30 seconds while fighting something, your refresh comes back up again. So outside of 2 to 3 seconds in between summons, you could consistently summon your pet. When your pet disappears, run around a minute or root the mob or CC or stun or something, cast your pet again on it, start all over again. Do the same thing, cast your pet on it, and you can do that and whittle the pet down. So you could put 5 casters and a cleric in your group, or 5 casters and a shaman, or 5 casters and a druid, and just run around nuking stuff. And as long as you have an enchanter pet, you don't need a tank, which is ridiculous. It is along that line. Hey, Counter and Engineer, how are you? 5-stream streak. Dude, you've been watching 5 streams in a row. I appreciate you chilling. I don't know what's going on with the situation with Twitch and viewership. It's a little unfortunate. They're trying to combat bots and artificial inflation of viewers on streams. But what they've done is they've ended up marking, by definition, lurkers. So those of you who might jump in the chat and you might not type anything, but you might sit and chill, you all of a sudden don't count towards the ecosystem of the stream, which is unfortunate to the streamer because, it's a barrier of entry of sorts, which is unfortunate. But you don't want to ask everybody to type something and then ignore you for the rest of the stream because that's just ridiculous. I hope they fix it. But it's a pretty big nuisance. That's still a thing. I could turn that on. I could turn on a setting where you can't type unless you follow the channel for 5 minutes, 15 minutes, 30 days, 10 days, what have you. Or even subscribe. You can even switch it to sub-only chat. A lot of people don't necessarily do that unless they're being harassed. There are a lot of bots that happen to jump into everybody's channels and start spamming messages, either going to websites for other links or doing something of a nuisance to the streamer. And it disrupts the ecosystem of the people who actually type, Because when you get a conversation going in chat, and all of a sudden you get 10 or 15 bots jumping your channel, it starts shooting your chat up like a busy channel, but it's a bunch of nonsense. And because it's a bunch of nonsense, if somebody only types in one sentence or two sentences or what have you, it can jumble everything. So then all of a sudden your chatters either shut up or they leave and go somewhere else where they can talk or have a conversation. Now, there are little widgets or add-ons that you can put on your stream that will govern who says something. So I have it set up specifically so that when bots come into my chat, they get flagged. So they'll auto-generate their message, but it'll get wiped out. You guys will never see it. I see it, but you guys never see it. So I have it set up like that on purpose. So they unfortunately don't give you 100% success rate in all scenarios, but the scenario that I've set up works for my channel currently. Now, if we ever get 500 or 1,000 or 10,000 people typing here, that's going to be a different story. That's where you're going to need moderators. You're going to need people who have the ability to preview a message before it's posted. So for example, I have an individual who's been a longtime streamer here. They have the moderator tag, but the only reason they have it is because we used to post links regarding certain games we were playing, and I'd always have to permit somebody. So if you want to post a link in chat that's legit, you'd have to let me know. I'd have to flag you for 60 seconds, and then you have that 60-second window to post your link. That stops dummies, unfortunately, from coming into your chat and posting links that will, you know, download macro viruses to people's computers or send them to some competitor's website or do something that viewers don't want. With that said, and all of a sudden you've got 10,000 people jumping into your stream, well, that means more bots are going to come to your stream because the people that create those bots are going to see that you've got this much attention now instead of this much. So if you have this much attention and you have this many bots, when you have this much attention, you now have this many bots. So they send like the whole army your way. When that happens, you get a lot of messages that one widget can't catch. So that's when you need moderators, because when somebody types something that has a flagged word or a term that Twitch doesn't accept, it'll pop up to the streamer and all the moderators and not get posted until it's approved. So for me, for example, I try to keep my chat all ages for the most part. I don't like people typing in a bunch of curse words and swear word and whatnot. I know it's how people talk nowadays, but it's not what I want in my chat, regardless of if they're offended or not. So if somebody comes in and starts throwing the F word around for whatever reason, it'll pop up to me and I'll see it. Now, I'll have to deny it. So when I deny it, that message never goes to chat. And then I just politely explain to the chat, keep the expletives, you know, somewhere else, because your message won't get through. So there's quite a bit to do. People think that streamers just sit in front of their computer, play a video game, or talk to their chatters, and that's it. There was a whole thing a few months ago about, is streaming a job, or is streaming harder than a job? Streaming is a job. It always has been. Since the beginning of streaming, it's been a job. It's something that takes you away from your real life with the ability to make money. Now, people can say, yeah, but you don't have to make money and you can still stream. Well, that just tells me you've never worked a job based on commission. If you don't move stuff, you don't get paid. So it's the same thing here. Like, people are just dumb. It's younger people, unfortunately, and they're just ignorant with the whole situation. But with that said, there's a lot the streamer has to do. Even someone with a small stream like myself, I do a lot of stuff. You guys just don't see it, and I don't talk about it. That's all. But that's why chat can be so heavily controlled in certain people's streams. Now, a lot of people, they don't mind the language. They curse and swear all the time themselves. If you go into any of the big streamers playing a first-person shooter, Battlefield, Call of Duty, what have you, expletives are going everywhere. But here, I'm not a fan of it. It's just, I've never done it. I don't talk like my friends in that talk like that and whatnot. But where I spent decades dealing with people face to face, you can't use expletives. So I've never used them. In all the jobs that I've done customer service and all the jobs that I've had sales, I've never swore. So when I do, something is wrong. If I let a curse word slip on stream, for anybody who's watching, if I ever let a curse word slip on stream, something serious is going on and I'm not paying attention. Outside of that, I try never to swear. But if you hear a curse word, I'm dealing with something. So just keep that in mind. But to the rest of yous, Be polite in chat. That's all. Okay, we're about to try higher level mobs now. See how this pet does. No worries. See, my pet's up automatically again. Oh, this is ridiculous. I shouldn't have been able to do that with taking no damage. Mind you, I'll have to med now. Mana is going to be an issue. I can see that. And we have to be careful because boars are social. So if I pull this guy, he's going to pull that guy. I need this guy to come over here. Or that guy to go over here. Yeah, Lyrith's animation, or Lyrith's animation. It's a pet that keeps its target's attention for 30 seconds or until it's destroyed. Here we go again. Pet out. Has aggro. We're going to debuff the mob and start grenading it. So you can see the daggers right there. Maybe I should get the dot back out. You main tank on your chanter about 1/3 of all your groups? Yeah. Yeah, the chanter pet it's super ridiculous right now. Super ridiculous. We're on the enchanter for now. We're giving about 20 minutes to see if our other regulars log in. If they log in, we'll figure out what we're doing. If they don't log in, we'll figure out something else. Might get back on the necro. Might stay on the enchanter. Maybe try and find a group. Do some goblins. Maybe try and make the run over to HC. You know, I have a couple of people that recently got into Guild Wars 2 as of about, I'd say 2 months ago. They're really enjoying it. They were talking to me about it last week, I think it was. They're having a lot of fun. It's cool to hear that, you know, new players are going over there for as long as the game's been out. Okay, this one's yellow. This one could be a problem. Actually, I want to get my dot back out. If I get the dot out, where's it going to go? We have our root, we have the pet, we have flux, we have our mez. This is the stun, right? Yeah, we have the stun. What is this? That's the silence. I feel like we can get rid of Stab the Mind. I mean, it's nice to have the mana brought back to us. I'd rather keep the debuff. But I guess out of all these spells, Stab the Mind is the one that would have to go. So we'll do that, and we'll bring the dot back out. Cranial pressure. Alright, let's see what happens here. So pet, grenade, debuff, dot, run up to the mob, melee, refresh the grenade. Summon the pet again. Back up. Pet's got aggro again. That's so silly. That's so silly. That's just so silly. Uh-oh, I don't like where you're going. Hang on a second. Slow down, slow down, slow down. Slow down. Yeah, don't go anywhere. You stay right there. We're not going to go over there because I don't want that spirit to aggro. Hey, Rum. What's going on? Right on. I appreciate it. Do you have any interest at all in looking at Pantheon during development, or are you still waiting until it comes out on its release or its 1.0? I didn't realize there was yet another expansion coming. Man, it only seems like 3 months ago you were playing a new expansion, but I guess that was last year. Now, does this story, is it a continuation of the previous, or is it a new story? Are you going to a new zone, new area? Okay, gotcha. And do you still do everything typically on one character? Like, if I remember correctly, Guild Wars 2 was based off the weapon, right? Okay, gotcha. With the expansions, as the expansions come out, is there group content? Or like, I don't want to use the word forced, but is it mandatory to do groups in order to get the content done? Okay, gotcha. Are there raids in the expansions? Okay, gotcha. Chat, for those wondering, talking to a friend of mine about Guild Wars 2. I jumped into Guild Wars 2 back when it launched, with this friend of mine. This is the same guy I was talking about. We went through EQ2 together. Guild Wars 2 is in like 5 expansions now. I haven't played it since, I think, the first expansion. And even then, I don't think I ever finished the first expansion. I think EQ pretty much took me away from Guild Wars 2 at the time. Anyhow, I'm only bringing it up and talking to him about it. He plays it pretty regularly, but I've had a couple of viewers that have jumped into Guild Wars 2. So I've actually had some conversations with them in the past couple of weeks about the game. I'm thinking maybe when we get to a point where there's quote-unquote not much to do, I might look at revisiting the game just to take a look. They're having a lot of fun. I'd like to see what's going on over there. But we had gotten to level 50, we had done all the jumping puzzles. The end game, if I'm not mistaken, pretty much came down to PvP, and it was either PvP or it was EQ, and I chose EQ. I probably shouldn't have, but I did, because that started a decade of playing EQ all over again, which I probably never should have done. I had an interesting audition come my way last night. I was reading over it today. It's a lot of money. I don't know how it came my way, but it's a lot of money. The problem is they want somebody who speaks French fluently as well as English. I can read French and I can speak somewhat French, but I can't hold a conversation, so I don't know what I'm saying when I say it. So unfortunately, I had to turn it down. Curse you, dual language nonsense. Or what is it? Bilingual. Curse you, bilingualism. You know, you got English and Spanish in the States, and you got English and French up here. And I used to speak French when I was a kid, but I forgot a lot of it in high school because it wasn't cool. Man, was I dumb. That's probably the dumbest thing I ever did, was forget French. And I've done a couple dumb things in my life, but that's probably the dumbest thing I've done. My experience with Guild Wars 2 was that it didn't seem to foster groups with independent class roles. My groups all felt like collective soloing. Being a support class felt unneeded. I get you. I hear that. I don't know if that's still the case. I know I think they're 4 expansions in. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this new one coming out is their 5th one. There's just really not much else. Like even if I got tired of Pantheon, which I haven't yet, as you guys can tell, I keep playing every day. Even if I got tired of this and wanted to jump into something else, yeah, I feel like I don't have a lot of options. The only 2 that are coming to mind right now are Guild Wars 2 and Elder Scrolls Online. I've done Final Fantasy XIV. I did everything up to the end of the companion storyline, including the post-game stuff. So I did everything except the whatever the Pictomancer expansion is called. I didn't go near that. I have no interest in playing a class that paints pictures. I get it. It's Final Fantasy. It's just not for me. But there's nothing else out there that I want to jump into. Nothing. I heard PAX Day apparently is coming to Game Pass. So that's day one. So that's interesting. I might look at PAX Day. It's an MMO, but it's not the MMORPG I thought it was going to be. It's kind of like an MMO survival. Like you got to build, uh, create your pretty much everything your character uses. But I guess it's in somewhat of a fantasy setting. We thought it was going to be an MMORPG at the time. I did that in the wrong order. Why did I refresh that? They did, man. Yeah, someone was building the cliffside there, and it looks like they were moving around a giant asset of rocks, and where they parked it was right on the staircase in back of the port town. So it looked like you couldn't go down to the beach from the town, but you just run through the rocks and away you go. They've moved that, but also there was a floating wall on the opposite side of the town. That's gone as well. So somebody was clearly working over that, and I think maybe they probably heard me whine on multiple streams about why nobody is moving that wall. Every time I ran to that town to show my stream the docks, like where ships were supposed to or are supposed to be and so on, I kept seeing that wall, and I'm like, man, nobody's still moving it? But it's now moved. They had some really fun spells like the dagger skill that turned you into a lightning bolt and you zapped forward 30 feet. Hey, corn dog. 1 million subscriber? I don't think so, my friend. That's right. I'm taking credit. I'm sure nobody saw it, but I'm taking credit anyways. It is. I don't think I saw it, no. Did you guys read through it? Is there anything of interest? Okay, gotcha. There's an update coming next month, chat, to the game where they're introducing the Wild Blood faction. There's going to be an outpost or a village of some sort that's going to come out in Silent Plains. I guess they released a report or something yesterday, like an interview yesterday or a recap yesterday of a little background information about the Wild Bloods. So that's all. That's all we were just talking about. Excuse me. Between the lack of class independence, the zones which all felt self-contained, Guild Wars 2 didn't click for me. I get it, man. Look, man, not every game hits for everybody, right? I gave World of Warcraft 4 tries, and it didn't hook me any of the 4 times I tried it. It was a great game. I enjoyed my time there, but it clearly didn't keep me. What? Oh, the dot was on him. Shoot. I was like, I'm going to get away and put a grenade on him. That's not going to work. Okay, this one was a bit tricky. We had a couple of resists and some low damage numbers. But these boars are sort of undercon. All the boars are undercons. Our grenade is not doing any damage to this guy at all. I took one look at WoW's character creator and knew it wasn't for me. The MMO I played the longest was... Dude, City of Heroes was fantastic. I still have my collector's edition of City of Villains in the next room. All with the action figures that it comes with, all still wrapped. Everything is still wrapped, everything is pristine. The book is never cracked open. It's all just sitting in there. City of Heroes was phenomenal. Why am I not sitting down? Here we go. That was weird. Okay, chat. We have a very important decision to make. Mango or black cherry? Very important. Some might say life-threatening. Not me, but some. Black cherry or mango, which one? What do we start with? I don't know. I'm thinking black cherry. Get that one out of the way. That's what I'm thinking anyways. Mango first? Alright, mango first. I've never had this stuff before, so we'll see what it tastes like. It's not bad. Uh-oh, we got a snake. Yeah, that's not bad, actually. You still have City of Hero t-shirts? Dude. I had... What did I have in City of Heroes? I had 2 tanks. I had Apex, who had taken Earth powers, so he turned into, like, the Thing. And then I had Monolith, and I think Monolith was based off of... Is it the Void? The purple spell effect? I can't remember what the purple spell effect was, but I had Apex and Monolith. And then I had 2 healers. I had First Aid, named after the Autobot, and then I had Triage, Triage. So Triage and First Aid were my healers. That dusk bat is dark blue. I guess we could try that dusk bat. We're going to use our mana for the bat because we know if we get close enough, he's going to hit us with that screech ability that's going to cause us to miss for the next 30 seconds. You played mostly controllers? I think I had a controller. I don't think I played it much, though. I really enjoyed the tank, and the healer was okay, but I found the way I played the healer or built the healer seemed, I don't want to say overpowered, but I never had an issue with healing people. Never. Wasn't there another hero MMO coming out? Something with ship in the name or boat in the name? I think there was. Okay, we don't want to go over there because those guys are 21 plus, so I guess we'll climb back up and get the yard. Ship of Heroes, that's it. Thank you. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's another hero game, isn't it? Actually, what are the guys over here? They're like 12, right? I think they're around 12. Oh, that's gray. Oh, he's dark blue. Interesting. What did all the damage to me? Was that the goblin? It came out, peaked at 100 players. Oh, yikes. Wait, I mean, those ogres are level 33. I think the wild spell's what, 18? That bat's gonna aggro, right? Dark blue. What time of night is it? 11 p.m. Oh, maybe they're 13 then. It would make sense if they were around 13, because the spiders are around 13 also. I saw some people in Monsters and Memories earlier, chat. Is there a playtest or something this weekend? I didn't think there was another one until the beginning of November. Was I wrong? I might be wrong. Ooh, this bat's yellow. This will be a challenge. I'm sorry, did it turn on me to cast Drain Blood and then went back to my pet? Oh. My mana's gone. I may have just got myself killed. That was nice of them to stop by and throw a heal or two. I'd have been dead otherwise. I swear that bat was focused on my pet and then turned to intentionally put Drain Blood on me and then went back to the pet on the next combat round. That's not supposed to happen. Hey Burgo, what's happening? That was a lifesaver. Ever since the regen changes, mana has been a constant issue on all your channers regardless of level. Like, look. That's how much hit points are gone from the pet. A smidge. A smidge of a smidge. I'm usually chain pulling, so I don't have much but time. So perhaps a less active chanter or a chanter who's in LBIS doesn't have that problem. Quite possibly, man. I don't know offhand. Again, like, this is my first chanter, period. So it's definitely been a learning process. I mean, all I can tell you is there's never a mess when I'm pulling. That's what I can tell you. I probably make the enchanter feel like they're worthless. And then Carrie and Bob's would be like, oh, we should get more. We need more. Pull more. It's like, yo, ease up. I'm not saying slow and steady, but, like, you know, let's not wipe the group, shall we? Now, do boars assist bats? I don't know. Oh, this guy's yellow. This guy gave us problems up there. What time of day is it? 3 a.m. So we have 15 minutes? We have 15 minutes before daytime. Let's try for the boar. Oh, that's the named. We can't do the named because the named is orange. So we're going to skip the boar. And we're going to see if we can pull his relatives without pulling him. By the way, for anybody interested, if you're on this shard in this zone and you're probably level, I'd say 12 or higher, that name drops a pretty nice tree branch for a starting weapon. I think it's 8 damage and a couple of stats, I think. Excuse me. Yeah, they're all red. That's a large node. In Avalia? The armor smith should be in the front door of the building, across from the forge. Oh, okay, that's different. I was talking to Valia. All right, let's see what happens with this bat. Again, he targeted me with drained blood. How do they know to target me and not stay on the pet? There, that went better. We didn't lose all our hit points to drain blood. Could that be it? Do you think they got technical enough that when they use drain blood, the game actually looks for something with, like, there's an actual marker that indicates that the mob has blood? Maybe, I guess. Could be. Could be how they detect sentient versus undead or stuck. Or unstuck. That's true. That's true. It might do that as well. I've just never noticed it. Well, I guess I've never really used a class with a pet. The Necromancer pet doesn't really tank anything. It's just meant to hold aggro long enough for your dots to kill it. By the way, it's foggy a lot up here at the manor. I think they do it on purpose. If you're not familiar with the layout, it can be deadly for a group. Why is nothing up? Yellow boar. Alright, let's see what happens. That grenade did no damage. That flux resisted. His resists are debuffed. Whatever. Don't come over here. No, 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 no. No, no, I'm busy. I'm busy. I'm busy. You dirty bugger. Stay put. This might be problematic. We have no mana. I have to run. I have to run. I don't have a choice. Wonder if somebody else picked it up, maybe? There's no way he comes all the way up here. Nice, it broke. Okay. There's some kind of delay happening. Our ping is fine, but stuff is not responding immediately. Oh, that's interesting room. Wonder what's going on there. A lot of internet activity, maybe. Could be DDoSing, possibly. That happens on the weekends. I think there's, what's that game? Arc Raiders, I think, is out this weekend. I think a lot of people are playing it. A lot of times, geniuses out there on the internet decide to hammer internet servers to try and congest people's traffic. Causes a lot of jankiness, freezing, lockups. Hey, Nicodemus, what's happening? We are dabbling with an enchanter. Oh, Battlefield 6, that's another one. Weekends tend to be problematic because a lot of people out there will issue these DDoS attacks. And for those who don't know, I'm not going to go into a big detail about it, but what happens is a couple of geniuses, obviously I'm being facetious, they send out billions of little packets of internet to constantly hammer internet servers. So what happens is if you think of an internet server as a 16-lane highway, these little packets block up like 15 lanes of it for a certain amount of time. So periodically through an evening or even through an entire day or a weekend, everybody in all sorts of different games all over the world start to get internet connection problems. There's a couple of websites you can actually go to and watch them happening. What's one? Hang on a second. There's one I'm trying to think of. It's actually interesting because you can see when the attacks happen. I'll find it here in a second. That's what. Yeah, it's bottlenecking. It's unfortunate. They typically do it when something launches. So, for example, if World of Warcraft launches a new expansion, that weekend, people are going to start having issues out of the blue. They're going to blame it on so many people connecting to the game, but that's not it. It's because a bunch of idiots out there are jamming up everybody's network connection. 8 chances out of 10, it's always that. 8 chances out of 10. So don't just automatically assume because you're having connection problems in a game that it's the game itself. If it's a launch, if it's a playtest weekend, if it's a retail release, chances are that's what it is. And they do it all the time on purpose because they want to dissuade people from signing up or making that company money. So if you go ahead and go to pick up the WoW expansion, which is going to cost you $16, $17 a month, and you go and connect that opening weekend and you keep dropping or you can't connect or you've got a lot of lag, you're like, well, this is the way it's going to be. I'm not going to play this. So then you go off and play something else and Blizzard doesn't get your patronage. That's just an example, but they do it with everybody. Yeah, just don't go too into it, Nicodemus, because if you go into the details on streams, that's trouble. I can get banned for that. So definitely, by all means, don't describe anything else. Thank you. Mm, oh, interesting. That's not around. Okay, hang on. Hmm. Okay, you used to be able to watch it. I guess you can't. I guess you can't view them anymore. Ah, that's it there. Can I full screen that? I don't think I can full screen that, can I? Oh, I can blow it up though. So just to give you guys an idea, this is live. This is now. That's the world. That's North America, South America on the far left. That's Africa in the middle, and that's Europe, Asia, and Australia to the right. All that fireworking, those are attacks that are happening right now. It's a busy weekend for internet connectivity issues. And for those that want to follow it, that is on NetScout. So NETSCOUT. Netscout.com. It's their live attack map. That's crazy. Western US is getting hammered. Hey, Nicodemus. Thanks for subscribing, man. I appreciate the support, and good job dodging those ads for the next, 30 days. Years ago, when I was younger, I had to work 37 days straight on a movie set for a movie that was being filmed, and I actually got to meet, there's Jason Priestley, and I forget the actress's name, Fiona something rather. That's pretty cool. The Alaska stuff going on? What's the Alaska stuff? What's going on in Alaska? Something political? Well, yikes. That's not good. They had to evac folks for bad weather? Was that today? Weather issues in Alaska. Alaska storm damage so bad many evacuees won't go home for at least 18 days? Wow. 18 months. Holy smokes, what happened in Alaska? 21 hours ago, damage to remote Alaska villages hammered by flooding. Flooding was so extreme that many of the more than 2,000 people displaced won't be able to return for a year and a half. They're calling it a major disaster. 121 homes, or 90% of one town, gone. Three dozen homes floated away in another area. The remnants of Typhoon Halong, or Halong, Halong. Wow, that is wild. Man, climate change ain't real. Global warming doesn't exist. It's all mythology. By the way, ask me how my neck of the woods hasn't seen a single storm in the last 4 months, storm season, and I've only had 3 days of mist, no rain, in the last 3 months. We're in rain season. We're in storm season. I've seen nothing. Nothing. I'm in Atlantic Canada, so East Coast Canada. We should have seen at least 2 major storms before the beginning of October. We haven't had it. We haven't had that kind of weather in a very long time. We are missing a lot of rain. We still have water alerts, water level alerts right now, and it's the fall. It's not the summer. There's no sun. It's cold. It's windy. That's our fall. And we've had nothing. Nothing. But it's normal. The same thing happened 50,000 years ago, and it'll happen 50,000 years from now. It's normal. Don't worry about it. Forget about it. I'm in Georgia in the U.S. Trees are still kind of green. Really? Yeah. They'd be, yeah. I mean, geographically in North America, most of the middle to eastern North America would be in fall. I mean, you should see leaf discoloration just about everywhere. And it's not happening as much as it should. There are trees here that are still fully green, while other trees here have already gone through their orange and red, and then purple, and then fall off state. But there are still green, leaf-based trees. I say leaf-based because, of course, pine and fir don't typically go through the color change. Is the maple syrup season a fall harvest kind of thing? I've not been up there. Late fall, early winter, yes. Well, sometimes in the middle of winter. I've been trying not to throw up an LFG tag because I'm waiting to see if the other people are going to come around, but a couple are here, a couple aren't. I don't know what to do. We were supposed to get organized 47 minutes ago. Flawless. That was a yellow con. We took no damage. What were you guys going to work on? I thought the plan would be we go back into Black Rose with our tunes, but a couple of the people aren't here this evening, it looks like. So it's not an option, because we have a couple of people who are lower level. They're far behind because they haven't been around the last couple of weeks because of real life stuff. Now that they're back, I want to get them caught up, because we can't do upper BRK without them getting... I think one needs like a level and a half and one needs 2 levels. And it's been difficult to coordinate, but we can't out-level them or else they're going to get penalized on the XP. They also make it a problem to progress through the upper Black Rose because their aggro radius becomes so big that all the chemists aggro and then it's game over. So that's what I thought we were doing this evening. But the people aren't here. So my choices right now are either this tune, the Necromancer, or play something else. Like start over, like low level. I mean, this tune's low level. Oh, yikes. That's a train. Wow, somebody was inside the fort. Yo, there was somebody... I'm up killing the yard trash in front of the manor. Somebody was in back of the fort and just ran out. There's like a 30 Gadai train. Like the entire fort came out to chase them. Yeah. Well, the problem is because it's an original dungeon, like it's been in for 2 years, it's not itemized. As far as I'm concerned, it's not itemized properly. So there's no interest in going. Not just that, but the fort is highly condensed. Like the density in there is you can't sneeze without aggroing a group of 3. So unless you have 1 or 2 enchanters mandatory, you're not getting very far in the fort, and that's unfortunate because the game shouldn't be that. Yeah, spawns are really close together. I'd get up there and show you, but I can't. With me being as low level as I am, my aggro circle is like a mile wide. So the moment I get up there to where that Moxie tune is, everything at the door will start to investigate. It's a cool place and it's a cool design, but the density is just too ridiculous. Yeah, see, I can't show you. Normally we could kind of slide up the side here, but I can't do that either because it pulls everything from this side of the camp. But this goes all the way back. There's a cliffside. Can we see the cliffside? Yeah, right up there. This goes all the way back, and then it goes up. And if you come over on this side, it goes all the way up there too. It's a big area. Might be able to see a little better from up here. So you see there's a bit of a gate here. It goes all the way back here. This is the front. This is the side. That across that bridge is a giant training area. That's where one of the names spawns. Then there's a whole backyard, and then there's a building with ramps that takes you up top, and there's a whole upper part to the fort. It starts around level 21, and you can stay there till probably level 30. But again, like I said, a lot of times groups will show up here, and they'll be able to pull everything here at the entrance, everything here at these 2 towers, and possibly what's by the side here. But by the time they move in, there's a group of 3 here, there's a group of 3 here, there's a group of 4 over here, there's a roamer that spawns here. It's so packed dense that when you try and pull one camp, this camp will pull that camp will call over to this camp, you'll have a big it just becomes a mess. The only other thing they could do is make the fort a little wider and spread out the spawns by, like, I don't know, probably 20 feet. I'll put it to you this way. Back in February, when I was in Vanguard, we were the biggest guild in the game. We had the most high levels. We had over 400 players. The entire server of Lucent Tree was pretty much Vanguard. We took 36 people or 37 people and went to the training yard in the fort, and we couldn't keep the pulls under control with 36 people. Stuff was respawning so quick, it was ridiculous. But there was just a lot to pull. We were there for about 3.5 hours. And there are 3 names that spawn in there, and we didn't see a single one. In 3 hours. Over 3 hours. It was ridiculous. I would say no. You don't want to take a raid. It's not worth taking a raid in here because there's nothing for them. You don't take a raid somewhere, it's just to kill a bunch of trash. You typically want to have names. You go to, like, Halnir's and go to find 16 different names. Or you go to Black Rose Keep and try to find over 20 different unique mobs. But in here, there's only 3. This is meant to be a group thing. This is meant to be multiple group. There's just too many mobs too close together, that's all. The investigation system does everybody dirty. You can find a comfortable spot here and just pull what's in this courtyard, but then when this guy spawns that walks down this wall, or this wolf spawns, they'll walk back here, they'll come back here, they'll scent you here or detect you here, they'll start to move towards you, and then when they aggro, they'll burst call whatever's over here. There's a lot of people who won't come back here after their first 4 or 5 times. I'd come back. I'd love to come back here and crawl through it, but it gets messy quick. It's arguably the worst laid out group area in the game right now. And that's why nobody's here. Like, ever. This is not good. At all. I'm gonna have to run. That's insane. He's only yellow. We just killed like 3 yellows. And now this guy's gonna defeat me because we just ran out of mana. And now I gotta run this guy off and I'm probably gonna die horribly. I don't get it. I don't get it. We're not gonna be able to get away from him. He'll catch us with the dash and stun us. And now I'm exhausted. And now we're dead. Well, if we're gonna die, we're gonna make it look good. I was not going to escape. No, I was not going to escape him. My only 2 options were to climb up or climb down. You can't climb down, and I couldn't climb up because I was exhausted. It was a guaranteed death. I just took the fall way out. Population is really high here. I'm seeing the jankiness as I run. There's a lot of people on right now. Would he follow you off the cliff? If I survive the fall and he had to take a long enough path, yes. If he froze and then teleported 4 seconds later or 5 seconds later, like a lot of these mobs do, then no. He would have teleported down, he would have charged me, he would have stunned me, and then he would have killed me in the next 2 hits. The problem with boars is their dash ability. It can be used at quite a distance. It does a significant amount of damage, but it does a stun that stuns you long enough for the boar to hit you twice. And being an enchanter with next to no hit points, I'd have been dead. If I was a tank, maybe I would have survived, not as an enchanter. Now, if I'd have had mana, and I could have mezzed him or rooted him for long enough, I could have kept running and possibly he would have leashed, because he would have had to have moved even further away. But I couldn't do that either. I didn't have the mana. But again, I wouldn't have survived the fall. Yep, you need the silver spoon. There's one of the entrances to the Goblin Caves. The enemy would never die from the fall. The enemy wouldn't take any damage at all from the fall. The enemies in the game only die from player interaction. Excuse me. Or if an opposing faction mob aggroed. So, for example, if bandits didn't like boars and a boar dropped into a bandit camp, the bandits might attack the boar and then kill the boar. When you mentioned BRK was not itemized the way you expected, what did you mean? Wait, BRK? I was talking about the fort, where I just was. You mean earlier tonight? Yeah, no, I was talking about the fort. I was at the fort. That wasn't BRK. BRK is in a different zone. The reason why the fort is not itemized is because the only gear to get drops off the names. There's only 3 names. So there's 3 names and 100 trash mobs. You have to kill the 100 trash mobs over and over again to try and get the 3 names to spawn. You don't typically bring a group to farm 3 names that may spawn. So a lot of people, because of the density of the pulls, it's not a very friendly place to pull. Even if you know what you're doing, you can get overwhelmed with trash, and chances are you may never see a named. Or if you do, the named may aggro while you're fighting trash, and then they call the trash, and then you're in trouble. CCs, crowd controllers, can only do so much. Unfortunately, they can't CC everything. And the fort is not the place to have a pull out of control and CC everything. That won't happen. The enchanter or the rogue or the necro will just get too much aggro and die horribly. Where am I right now? 4,300. 4358. Fort's up above us. Where did I fall down at? 4352 by 514. Should be up here. It's right there. Body recovered. Just that easy. It's no worries, man. It's no worries. Just yeah, BRK's in a different zone. Have you not seen BRK yet, Nicodemus? It's in a zone called Silent Plains. It's actually pretty cool looking. Wait, did I say Silent Plains? BRK is off of AVP. My bad. It's its own zone. You don't get to play that often. You're working 2 jobs. I hear you, man. I hear you. I know what it's like to have to work multiple jobs. The only thing I used to do for a little over a decade was watch Jay Leno late at night. Or actually, it wasn't even Jay Leno. I think it was Craig Ferguson. I never did anything else. I wasn't online. I wasn't watching TV. I'd be up at 6 in the morning. I'd be asleep at 2 in the morning. So I'd get 4 hours sleep. I did that for too long. If I could get back in the DeLorean and make a different change, I would do so. It's just too much time. I burnt myself out. I didn't have to, but it was nice getting 2 paychecks one week and 1 paycheck the next week. But I shouldn't have done it. I lost a lot of time. Last time you were able to play January. That's a long time ago. If you haven't been following the game on the regular until back then, you've missed a lot of stuff. No, you and me both, man. I just polished that off. That was all coffee before I jumped in to this other stuff. Breakfast of Champions. My stream knows I've pretty much drank coffee every day since I started streaming, and that was, what, 12 years ago? 11 years ago? Can you believe, Rum? It's coming up on like 20 years since EQ2. Time passes real quick. I'm drinking Death Wish coffee? What is Death Wish coffee? Is that just a brand name? I mean, like, do they just have like their regular roast, medium roast, dark roast? Or do they do all sorts of weird flavors and stuff? They do all sorts of stuff? Gotcha. I listen to a lot of podcasts when I'm at work, and I keep hearing about this Black Rifle coffee. But again, it's an American company, so I wouldn't be able to get it up here. But it seems like you guys seem to do, well, I don't know where you're from geographically, but it seems like in the States, everybody's got to do 500 versions of everything. So every coffee company has 5,000 flavors. You're not wrong. Yeah, I figure. You are yellow. You are even. I do like trying different things, though. Someone had mentioned the chevrons were going away. Have they mentioned when if? They didn't say when if, but it sounds like they want to work with a system similar to EQ and EQ2, where they use color grades. So you'll have gray, green, blue, white, orange, yellow, orange, red. I'm guessing. And then they'll base the levels off of that. I mean, they kind of have the color grade already with the game, so I don't know how they're gonna justify stronger mobs, but it sounds like they want to change the mobs to be more like EQ. Like EQ didn't really have an elite mob. It had a name, but the name would typically have either special abilities or adds that it would summon, right? This game isn't quite like that. But I like the chevrons. I don't have a problem with the chevrons. I understand why they're there. They're there to emphasize grouping, right? Again, social MMORPG. If you change to a color grade and remove the grouping aspect to killing stuff, you've just destroyed the whole ethos of social MMORPG. If there turns out to be 20 groups of 3 as opposed to 5 groups of 6, that's bad. That's not good. So I truly, honestly don't know what they're going to do. All right, we're going to try this yellow boar and see if we get the same difficulty we had down below. We've killed 4 of these so far this evening. There's no reason we can't kill this guy. Oh, resist. He's debuffed. That's so annoying. I don't know why the game is doing that. Look, see how night and day that was? The yellow mob down there in the lower level is stronger than a yellow mob up here, which makes no sense. Hey, keep in mind as well, a lot of respawn times in this game are roughly around 15 minutes. Roughly, plus or minus X number of minutes. In EQ, spawn times were 7 minutes. If stuff spawned in half the amount of time in this game, I could see it being challenging, because it'd be difficult to move forward. It takes time to kill stuff in this game, to met up, to do whatever. So if they want to half the respawn time, I get it. But right now, if they go to a color grade system, take away the chevron capability of the mobs, and leave it at 15 minutes, it's going to be too easy to go places. And this yellow mob went down quick. Or, it's just like I expected. Was the yellow mob below meant as a group encounter? No, because there was no chevron. The chevron is not just a marker that's put on a mob. The chevron is there because it matches the specs of the mob for a group. That boar down there just seemed to get lucky. We had a lot of resists, they hit for high damage. That always tips the scale in the mob's favor. People still haven't come back yet. You have to head out. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Thanks for the stream. No problem, Nicodemus. Have a good evening. I kind of want to take the enchanter over to Halnir's. That's going to be dangerous, though. Well, maybe not. I guess I could mez and run. Another yellow boar. Let's see how this goes. It is 6 p.m. It's going to night, which means the bats are going to come out. Try level 10. I'd have to go back to town and probably buy the next 3 tiers of spells. Then we'd have to make the run to AVP. Bind just outside of Halnir because we're level 10, but the yard trash is 13. That's going to be difficult to solo, which means if we ever log in and can't find a group, we're not going to be able to solo while we're there. We'd have to run all the way back to Thronefast. What do I do? Do I go to HC? Man, I guess I could probably stay here till we hit 11. Looks like there's a group inside. That's a party light source there. They must have worked their way in. They must have worked their way in. I timed that one. You weren't getting that drain blood off on me. I forgot we could silence. It's like one of the main abilities of the enchanter, and I forgot I could use it. Gotta be careful. We are really close. What was it you were making? Was it for one of your tunes? Okay. Hey, there you go. That's a solid plan. I'm just killing trash on the enchanter. Yeah, but I mean, we still need Kara and Bob, so. Oh, probably beyond that. I think the dungeon or the zone tops at 40, so you could probably grind to 43 if you wanted to with the con system, but I would say definitely 40. I mean, I'd like to stay away from trying to speed level through smoldering trenches as much as possible. I still want to experiment. Yeah, but I want to experience Black Rose Keep as an all-encompassing to see if it's worthwhile to spend time there, because if we play through there and I make the decision that it's not worth my time to sit there all that time, then I'll go to Black Rose Keep for something and then bounce over going forward. But I'd like to be able to make that decision while informed. Well, that's going to be the only option. There's nothing else in the game. I do. That's only going to be 30s. It'll be the same thing as Upper Black Rose or Smoldering Trenches. Yeah, now, my understanding with that, I think it's just an event. I think it's just the raid mob. I saw there was an email I got 2 days ago about what they learned from Black Rose Keep. Did you guys get the same email? Did you read through it? They talk about it, and they say the upcoming, and when they reference Black Rose Keep Phase 2, all they talk about is the event that ends the story. So I'm guessing that's just probably a chamber inside Black Rose Keep. I don't think it's like a whole wing. I could be wrong, but it didn't sound like it. Yeah, for sure. Okay, do we try a yellow bat? Am I gonna get drained to death? I'm probably gonna get drained to death. But we still gotta try it. I mean, we could also log the Necro in as well. The Necro's level 20 or 19 at the moment. 19 or 20 at the moment. We have to get him to 22. 22 is when he gets his self-invis. What are we at? 60%? 65. We're getting there. We get to 11. Maybe we'll go by 12 and 14 for spells and then make our way over. Maybe. Barbarian? Okay, let's see how we do on this guy. With me, I find EQ2 more like Pantheon in the fact that EQ2 is highly social. It's hidden, so you wouldn't really realize, but once you make people, once you find people, once you get in a group and start running stuff, dude, that game will hook you like none other. But it is a undercover social game. It's not something you could really solo in and enjoy it, especially if you're new. Yeah. Okay, is that goblin by himself, I wonder? We need to get him away from his friends. Are you moving? You are moving. I wonder, I could mez and run? I don't see... Oh, there's one right there. No problem, man. Yeah, for sure. Giant dusk bat. I'm being shaman buffed. I'm not going to risk pulling those two goblins at the same time, so we're going to head back over here. 4 a.m., so we have about 10 minutes till daytime. These buffs are huge. They'll keep us alive a bit longer, allow us to run a bit longer. We got all beetles. I don't want the beetles. They're not worth the XP. Oh. 70%, 70%. That's about what? 15 more mobs? Probably 15. Depending on their level range. Oh, nighttime mobs disappeared. That means we're going to get daytime mobs. So the boars should be spawning. Question is, do we go up top or do we stay down here? Somebody else is up here. Great. Well, maybe not. They ran past. What was my pet doing? Okay, you are too close. We've got to bring you back. Oh my goodness. That's not going to work. It's going to wear off. Partner for goblins. I hope it doesn't mean the cave. We're almost 80%. It's slow going, chat, but it's going. I don't know how people do this on the regular, man. I am not a solo person. I mean, I'm doing this just to prep me to move over to Halnir's. You know, once you get to Halnir's, it's pretty much group only. I just want to be 11 so that I know I stand somewhat of a chance killing trash mobs over there, in case there's a point where I can't get into a group. Did I just... What just happened? I'm stuck. What just happened? I can't get out. I'm gonna drown. Oh, this is so nonsense, because now I'm not gonna be able to get my corpse back. What just happened? I'm dead. Oh, Wand, I got a favor to ask you. Are you able to log in Wandara and bring him to Throne Fast? I stuck bind to get back to Avelia, and it dropped me through the world into the water, and I can't move, and I'm about to drown. Nope. I can't stuck bind, I can't move, I can't do anything. Now I'm suffocating. I have no idea how to get my corpse back. It's going to have to be summoned. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Such nonsense. VR. That has never happened to me before. Ever. On any tune. In the years that I've been playing this game, that's never happened. I'm assuming Wandara's not in Throne Fast, so I'll start making my way over to AVP. Yep. I timestamped the stream too, so if anybody wanted to see it. Well, I've fallen through the world before, and I was able to slash stuck and get back up onto the ground, but this time it wouldn't work. It just dropped me in the water and I couldn't move. Right. If you happen to zone over to Throne Fast, stand still. I'm almost there. Excuse me. Yes. I'm right in front of the zone line to AVP. Yep. Oh, I see you. I wasn't far enough. No, no. So, cool thing is summoners have the ability to call your corpse. There's my corpse. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. It's never happened before in any of my toons. Like, I've fallen through the world a couple of times, but I was always able to slash stuck. This time, I've never been frozen in the water. It was going somewhat. The issue was you run out of mana. So I do one mob, run out of mana, have to med up. Do another mob, run out of mana, have to med up. No, do enchanters get a siphon? Oh, gotcha. Yeah. Okay, now for the tricky part, chat. We have to run through a lot of aggro to get to the dungeon. We had somebody ask if we joined their group, so we're going to join their group. If we can get there. I don't even want to bother trying an orange. I'll end up running out of mana. I know I'll run out of mana. Okay. Wait a minute, where's the basic food? Okay. Enchanter Trainer, they're gonna be back here. Okay, so we'll burn that now. Now for the run. This is where all the aggro happens. Okay, well, I tried. Everything is going to be aggro. This is going to be a nuisance. These panthers are going to be a problem. What are the odds somebody's killed everything? That stalker's still up. Oh, they're all up. Oh, I'm dead. Yep, you're investigating. Oh, please don't let Bolt be up. Please don't let Bolt be up. That red jacket wants to attack. Everything wants to attack. This will be the greatest run in history if I get this with no aggro. These bears are going to aggro. What's the bear con? Oh, that bear con's green. Oh, it's a young bear. That viper's light blue. We might be okay, chat. Okay, we've made it, so just to be safe, we're going to jump over here and bind, just to save us from having to run all the way back again. Now let's see if we can get a level or two, chat. Hopefully this is a full group in here. I don't know, it might not be. Oh, I think it's a full group. Oh, maybe they're full now. Please don't be full now. No response as of yet. Well, if they filled up, that's disappointing and a little bit rude. They could have at least let me know they were full. It could be because they're in combat, that could be it. They might be waiting for somebody to leave. Here we go. Dude, do you not know how to line of sight? I don't think he knows how to line of sight. Yeah, line of sight. There you go. Black cherry one, not so good. Mango one's the better of the two. Oh, I guess it's personal preference. No, what are you doing? What are you doing? It's coming. You're gonna get all dotted up. Oh, we got two. What are you doing? Are you tanking both? Anybody in chat happen to know what the caster gear is called that drops in here off the rack, guys? Is it scatterweave? I think it's scatterweave. I might be wrong. No, Squirrely's possibly getting melted. Glass cannons. These little guys here, they have no hit points, but they do a wicked amount of damage. They can wipe a group in no time if you don't kill them fast enough. Oh, I don't really have to worry about Ravage. That's good to know. Oh, I forgot. They dumbed down Ravage, didn't they? I mean, it'll probably still end me, but it's probably a lot easier on the tank now. Nice. Were my spells level 11? They were. Oh, nice. Our dot gets an upgrade. And pacify. That's the named. Work power? Is that because I hit level 11? I'm sorry, am I getting aggro? No, right? Why is it looking at me? Oh, because Apostolos is standing next to me. That's why. Why is Hush grayed out? Am I missing something? Oh, that was weird. I was targeting the last mob, and it was gray. That'll look like a Scooby-Doo episode. How does that resist? Rude. Okay, I'm not entirely sure why you would break that, but okay. Okay, can we stop breaking the mez? Okay, I give up. I'm not messing it. How's the cleric breaking mezes? Man, it's gonna hurt me playing an enchanter because I'm gonna get text messages about who's breaking mez all the time. That's gonna be a nuisance. Wait, can I not silence while I'm attacking? Why did that gray out? Oh, are they immune? Oh, they're that's why. Okay, I'm learning, chat. I'm learning. I got it. He's using a war sword. Okay. Yeah, we don't have to worry about. War sword comes from Hangor. So that's 20s plus content. Mid-20s plus. Pretty good so far, chat. I'm digging the enchanter. The problem with the stun is that it goes down on a 1-minute cooldown, which can be a nuisance. But the fact that if I time the Mez cast right, I can use Mez to interrupt an ability, that's pretty good. We just have to get better with it. I mean, I was spot on there. I stopped the Ravage. Oh, that's my AoE Mez? That's my Mez. That's a slow. And an elf illusion. We're already an elf. Drawn Outcast, is that a name? Well, we had a ranger that I assumed yeeted themselves off the edge, unfortunately. On the plus side, we're already halfway through our level. That's crazy. They recovered the body, rezzed the ranger, and the ranger warped back down there and died. Well, we can't do anything else while they're recovering the body, so we'll try and get a couple points in our climbing. They made it back. We were going to clear back to the entrance, but I don't think we have to now. That's interesting. We're only level 11, and even down here by the bridge, these mobs are level 11. Oh, that one there's level 13. Okay, must be a random. Must be like 11 to 14, because I always thought these guys were 13, 14, and then when you got to the Black Rose, they used to be like 15 to 17. Alright, they got the body again. They're going to try and res. Let's see what happens. They're in zone. Aegis is going to break that. Nope, maybe he doesn't use it. Nope, he used it. Excuse me. How's your W-dub going? Oh, okay. How's that going? You're in Act 3, right? Are you enjoying it? Well, I had it mezzed. Somebody dotted it. That was genius. I broke that just on time with Mez. My son wasn't up. I'm seeing mobs through the wall here, too. Excuse me. Oh, is that the headband there? No, that's the hairstyle. The headband doesn't have a graphic then. We're getting close to 12. What are we? 2 bubs away, bub and a half away. Not bad. Of course the cleric broke another mez. How about... never mind. Loot hungry tunes, chat. You should never loot during combat. Hey, iPeaks. Crush, I have to ask. I heard people chat in this game. Is that accurate? When you say chat, you mean like in group chat, like text? Yes. Voice? Yes. Cheat in this game? I don't know of any way to cheat in the game. I would say no. Players can twink their characters. Like they can buy gear from other players, or they can go out on higher level tunes, get the gear and put it on lower level tunes. But cheat? Nope. Not that I know of. Who told you they cheat? They hack and no, there's no hacking or weird stuff. That's never been a thing here. Yeah, no, that's never been a thing. There was some drama months ago on another server. That server doesn't exist anymore, but that had nothing to do with players doing anything. That was more of a... well, that was something else. But no, I haven't heard of any cheating. I mean, if there's an update that goes into the... oh, I didn't know that was a thing. If there's an update that goes into the game that accidentally breaks something and creates what's known as an exploit, unfortunately, there are people out there who will take advantage of that exploit. The problem is they get found out and they get banned. But that happens in any game. Any game that has regular updates to their development, there's always a chance something breaks. And unfortunately, there's always a chance that somebody tries to take advantage of that, which is ridiculous because the game is in development. All of this goes away like next year when 1.0 comes out, so for people to be worried about taking advantage of an exploit at this point, that's just a special kind of dumb. I've had people try to justify, oh well, if it's in the game, we could do it. It's like, no, you can't. Don't be stupid. Like, Lord, we're all adults. Don't be foolish, acting like children. A message with a Steam post about it from April seemed other people backed up using teleport hacking? Well, I don't know what you mean by teleport hacking, but I will say this. Throughout the game, there are certain areas that have zone lines, just like in any other game. There are some zone lines that aren't really supposed to be there. So, for example, you could be running through a part of a zone and then hit a zone line that's not intended, and all of a sudden you're in a different zone, when what's intended is for you to go the usual route and zone over. They try to fix them when they can, they try to get after them. Some of them are not a big priority right now because it's not a big deal. There's not many people that understand where all these quote-unquote shortcuts are. But they do try to close them as quickly as they can. That would be an idea of, I guess that would roughly be an idea of exploiting. But that's been around since, like, early development. That's unfortunately been a regular problem that needs to be fixed. Like, there's a zone called Silent Plains, where if you scale up a certain mountain, and you run across a safe area, you should hit a zone line to go into Eastern Plains. But some people will climb that Silent Plains cliff and run not exactly in the right direction, and then hit a zone wall, and then start running and hit a zone wall, and then they'll hit a zone wall and keep bouncing back and forth. That's not on purpose, but that's one of the, I guess, ideas of a broken zone line. As far as teleporting, the only people that can teleport traditionally are wizards and druids. So if there's another player teleporting without crossing a zone line, I have no idea how they're doing it. Not a clue. Stop breaking my mez. Oh, it's the paladin. That's to be expected. Aegis will break mez all the time. Well, we hit level 12. That's good. No worries, man. So, yeah, so maybe you can answer me something. Monsters and Memories, was that a playtest this weekend? I didn't think they were doing another one until November. It was just a stress test today. Okay, gotcha. Just for today, was it? Oh, 2 days only. Okay, gotcha. They're doing a playtest for 10 days in November. Yeah, I believe it's the beginning of November. You're in the closed alpha port. It's got a long way to go, but it's fun playing old school. I tried to jump in to play it, I think 3 months ago during that play period. The problem was we spent 4 hours trying to get out of level 3 in the courtyard, and I was like, I'm done. I can't do it. There was 100 players. Everything was... There was nowhere to go, nothing to kill. Yeah, I ran around. Every time I went to attack something, somebody else jumped into something. And I was like, okay. And we spent 3 hours in level... 3 hours in level 2. I didn't even get to level 3, and I was like, I'm done. I'm good. It seemed interesting, don't get me wrong. It gave a lot of original EQ vibes, but like I said, I spent over 3 hours on stream trying to get from 2 to 3, and I was like, nope, not doing it. Now, maybe I give it another go in November, depending. We'll have to see what happens. You spent the entire playtest and got to level 16? Can I ask what class you were playing? And what is there content at 16? Do they have, like, you know, like a Keno's Hills or Common Lands of some sort? 16 Enchanter. First dungeon is around 20? Okay, gotcha. Again, like I said, I didn't even get to see level 3. I wish I was joking. I'm not joking. The classes seem interesting, what they're going for with all the classes. Some have told me that they feel there's too many classes in the game. I don't know too much because I didn't look into it that deep. I probably would have if we'd have made headway on that character that was level 2, but I was like, nope, I gotta get back to Pantheon. You play Necro and Enchanter? I like feeling OP when solo. I get you. I get you. We have a Necro here. I don't really solo. I'm like the opposite. Like, I'm not really a fan of solo. Like, I make jokes here that they're building this game specifically for me, because this is a social MMORPG. Like, you have to make friends and be social, and it's all I ever do. So I'm always grouped, like pretty much always. But as far as soloing goes, I've never really been a soloer for an MMORPG, but that's just not my playstyle. That's not my mentality. There's a dungeon at low level, Worm's Bane. It's like level 8 to 10. Oh, gotcha. Well, that's good. Having to wait till level 20, I mean, that just seemed weird. Well, I mean, well, I should say that. Other games, some games in the past have been like that. Game is very unfinished. They still only have the one starting area, right? That town? They have the desert and the elf. I saw the desert's where we started our tune. I didn't realize there was an elf. I see Pantheon has about 500 online with a 650 peak. Does it feel like enough to enjoy the game now? Or should my friend group wait for 1.0? Good question. So, before early access, so 2024, because early access started in December. In 2024, there were probably a 1,000, if not a little over that, playing Pantheon. Some had paused until early access started because they didn't want to put too much time leading up to the end of the year and then have to restart again. When early access came out, they put it on Steam, so they took it off their website and put it on Steam. It was a gamble, but they did it because Steam has obviously a massive audience. The long and short of it is, the game ended up selling about 13,000 copies. And that's in development. That's in quote-unquote early access, which was phenomenal. It was a landslide win for VR. The problem was, the people that were testing the game were this many. When early access started, this many people came into the game. Okay? Now, because this many people came in the game, what's the best way? This many people shouldn't have been in the game to begin with. So like 12,000 people left. And they stopped playing because they got burnout. They weren't meant to play a game that's in development. People tried to go on and say, oh, I didn't know what I was getting into, blah, 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 I ripped off, scam, da, da, da. No, that wasn't the case. If you go to their Steam page and you go to their website, the first line or the first paragraph specifically says what the game is. You know what you're getting when you got it. People just want to whine and complain for whatever reason. So now, the 1,000 of us that are playing currently, or I think like 700, 800 maybe, that are playing the game currently, we're in it to win it. We're in it to make sure like the game comes out as polished as possible, or at least comes out, which is how it should be. But the fact that there are like 13,000 other people out there that have a copy of the game, that's fantastic as well, because most of them are waiting until 1.0 to see what's going on, and then they'll more than likely be back. Now, you may not get everybody back because there's other games to play. That's the price everybody pays when you go into any early access game. And I say this, when people come in my chat or any other Pantheon streamer's chat and they start complaining about the state of the game, how it's been 10 years to make, blah, 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 whatever, I just say 2 words: Star Citizen. That's it. The conversation's done. If a player continues the conversation after that, they just want to get a rise out of somebody, or they want to read themselves or hear themselves. That's all you got to say. You give $1 billion to VR, this game would be the greatest game in history. So, for people to cry and complain about a game that is still in development, that's adults acting like children. It's childish and it's embarrassing, and that's what it does. It makes you look embarrassing to everybody else that's watching the streamer or influencer play the game, right? So that's the plight of early access. People assume it's like Head Start. It's not. Yeah, and that's exactly it. All those people jumped in thinking they were getting 1.0 now. That was not the case, and that was explained on the Steam page and their website. And to the hundreds, if not thousands, of people that have checked out, like Joppa, I don't know if you know, but Joppa, the lead creative director for the game, streams Mondays and Wednesdays. Even he had said it on a bunch of his streams, the state of the game, and yet people still go into his stream and cry and complain. And again, these are adults acting like children. It's childish, it's embarrassing. I get trolls in my stream. I get trolls probably every other day, or at least once a day. They always type some comment expecting a rise or whatnot, and then they book off like 20 seconds later. It's just childish. I just haven't brought myself to start banning these users, because it's the same people that jump in. Hello, what's going on? Oh, right on. Yeah, I'm just sitting in Hellnears on the Enchanter. Bro, my girlfriend plays Ashes of Creation 7 years, still has another 5 to go, yeah. No, Hen took off to do something he had to do, and Wand was on doing some crafting, but after he was done his crafting, I think he bowed out. And then I was soloing on the Enchanter for a while, but then I got a tell to come into Hellnears, so I came into Hellnears. So I've been here, I don't know, maybe an hour and a half, I would say. Yeah, it's not bad. I've managed to go from level 9 to level 12. You've cornered the market on streaming this game. You're the only one on Twitch right now. There's only a few of us that, well, so there used to be probably 7 or 8 people that streamed regularly up until about 5 months ago. Then burnout hit them. They were expecting, or they wanted other things that the game really didn't want to bring, like soloing, duoing. Some of them wanted an easier time in the game, not to be argumentative. They stopped playing. A couple people have come back and play somewhat 2 or 3 times a week. But myself, I'm an addict and I haven't stopped. So I've been playing this game pretty much every day for about 3 years now. I don't know why I can't stop playing, but I enjoy this game too much. Way too much. I make friends. I know just about everybody on the server. I already have a level 50 best in slot. Like, I already have one of the best geared tanks in the game. Right. I do not. I don't get it till 18. Oh. Is he playing too? I didn't realize he was playing. It's so hard to find content for this game even on YouTube. So if you go to YouTube and you search for @Krushnek, so @Krushnek, you'll get my channel. It's very, very tiny. But if you click on the live tab, LIVE, you'll see my entire playthrough since December. There's like 300 videos there. So if you want to see how the game shapes up, if you want to see all the dungeons, the content, the whining, the complaining, the awesome scenes, the hilarious situations, you can fall down the rabbit hole of my channel. I'm like the only person, I think, on the internet that has their complete playthrough online. So it's all there. Like, every stream is there since December. I think actually the oldest Pantheon streams, videos on my stream are from Season 6. Hello, Mr. Carey. How are you? I'm an addict. I've been playing this game for about 3 years. I've gone through 7 warriors. I have 10 characters on the character select screen. I'm playing this game so that it comes out next year 100%. I can't get enough of it. Some might say I'm crazy. I would agree with them. No worries, iPeaks, no worries. Oh, he's holding up the AoE. playtest many games. My favorite MMO to this day is still Dark Age of Camelot. Yeah, I get you, man. I get you. I've been through those. I've died in Midgard many a time. Frig DAOC. What a... dude, what a pain in the butt game. I remember there was one specific weekend, man. The Saturday and the Sunday afternoon. I couldn't do anything in the game without getting ganked. No matter where I went, it all went south. But I really want to see this game succeed. It's not going to do WoW numbers. People are going to come out here and they're going to complain and whine and try and say, oh, this game isn't even as good as Solitaire or Minesweeper. Like, the people, again, these are adults acting like children. If this is not your thing, you really shouldn't put any effort into this thing. Go find something you enjoy doing and do that. And if you enjoy being negative, you need to reevaluate your life, period. Because you just come off embarrassing to, not you, I'm just saying in general, you just come off as embarrassing to a lot of people. And then people will just start to ignore you. There will never be a better dungeon than Darkness Falls. I don't know about that. I don't know about that, man. We'd come to blows in a conversation over dungeons. EverQuest 2 had some of the best dungeons ever created, but again, my opinion. It might not have been the WoW killer, but EverQuest 2 was the hardest, was the most technically designed MMORPG when it came to group dungeons and raiding above all other games, period. The only other game that proved to be more technical than EQ2 was WildStar. And I miss WildStar. WildStar was phenomenal. But the problem there was 15% of the population got the game, 85% of the population didn't know their head from their butt, and the game just beat them up. Unfortunately. You never played EQ2? A lot of people didn't. EQ2, unfortunately, because EQ2 and World of Warcraft came out around the same time. I think there was a couple of weeks or a few weeks in difference. With that said, when they came out, EQ2 unfortunately suffered from severe lack of content. The game world was really barren. There wasn't a lot to do. When World of Warcraft came out, Blizzard had put so much time and effort into it and designed a game that everybody and their dog could jump in and play. They took off. They got everybody. Now, unfortunately, with EQ2, they built the game. It took them about a year, I'd say a little over a year, to put enough content into the game, including the first expansion, to give players a lot to do. But by then, all the WoW people had already gotten their characters leveled up, raiding, all that, working on their gear, rolling alts. So, unfortunately, you know, WoW ran away with it, so to speak. I would have loved to have seen EverQuest 2 come out of the gate and go neck and neck with WoW. It would have been awesome. But with the lack of content, people were like, okay, I'm out. You know? A lot of players went, well, when EverQuest came out, you had a bunch of stuff to do. You just had to go find it. Why wouldn't EQ2 do the same thing? And then people just stopped playing. Now, I stuck with it. I ended up in EQ2 for about 9 years. I ended up being one of the best guardians in the game at the time, but I've played everything else. I jumped into WoW, I've done DAOC, Lineage, Meridian 59, Arcage, Terra, DDO, all of them. But for some reason, man, EQ and EQ2 and EQ Next just sold me. Lord, I was such an addict into NORATH. Not only did I play the console games, Master of Arms and Champions of NORATH, I also played EQ Online Adventures. I went into EQ Next or EQ Landmark. And I walked away from EverQuest 1 20 years ago, and then 10 years ago, for some silly reason, ended up back in EQ again for another 8 years or 9 years, running on 7 different progression servers, doing the same content over and over again. Classic to Planes of Power. Classic to Planes of Power. Yes, I'm an addict for NORATH. I have players to this day. I've been playing Pantheon for about it's close to 3 years now. I still have players today asking me if I'm ever going to roll again on EQ. I can't. If I set foot on NORATH, I'm gone for another decade. I am. I received Meridian 59 in the mail in a homemade printer printed CD disc cover. This is when you couldn't buy CDs and CDs weren't a thing. Nothing was on CDs except video games. And Meridian 59 came to me in a taped up CD jacket type thing. And I remember installing it for the first time. That was crazy. It was wild to see. That was like the next big thing. And then EverQuest came out. And that was the next big thing. Because there was Ultima Online. But Ultima Online looked nothing like the MMORPGs of back then or today, right? Ultima Online was always that overhead, slide your character around, content, what have you. Ultima Online was okay, but it wasn't EverQuest. Not even close. I think people just get fixated or infatuated with Ultima Online because of the PvP aspect. Like, the Ultima franchise was phenomenal. I played Ultima 1 through 8. But Ultima Online, I think a lot of people are... I'll say this, and this might be considered controversial. Nostalgia has a crazy effect on people. It's like the, what's it called, the Mandela effect, where you think all your life something was the way it was, but it wasn't. Yeah, a lot of people that get up in arms about Ultima Online, it's because of the PvP. My girlfriend played Ultima Online, she still does. She's even more of a gamer than you are. Gotcha. Yeah, and that's the same, like, EQ's the same way. Everything in the past, if it's long enough in the past, everybody gets bit by nostalgia. You swear on your parents' life or your kid's life that this is how it was and so on, and then you turn around and 50 people tell you, nope, that's not how it was. Nostalgia is a funny one. I mean, people talk about nostalgia being awesome in cases. Well, I'll tell you what. I have no nostalgia at all for dial-up internet. Nope. I have no nostalgia at all for what's considered the party line, which is when you shared your phone line with your neighbors. I have no nostalgia for that at all. So, not everything from the past is nostalgiaed, I guess. Oh, I forgot. We got spells to study. What are we doing? Are you taking all three? Dude, you're gonna face 3 different ravages. Okay, now you're just gonna face 2 different ravages. It'd be cool if you would stop. Never mind. Never mind. I had to have a buddy send me Flight Sim 95 content via the mail because it was faster than finding it and downloading it. Yes. Yes, for sure. For sure. Now you have 2 gig fiber up and down, run a media server out of your house. Yes. Yeah, believe me, if we had a computer from back then that could run EQ, we'd have to pay people to take it from us. I remember ordering a custom PC, paying $4,500 for it. The thing weighed about 60 pounds. I remember. Maybe not 60, it's more like 40. I remember they used to have the ultra high towers, but they were made of metal. I had 2 of them. I never had a 3rd one. I was like, nope, don't need it. Now, like, this is 100 times or 1,000 times more powerful than the computer I played EQ on. Phone's way better. It has yeah, for sure. When you're tanking multiple Ravagers, how do you watch for Ravage on the non-targeted mob? When the hand comes up and starts swiping really fast. You'll usually get hit by the first 1 or 2, but if you're quick enough, you should be able to step through them. Now, the Ravage shouldn't go off until the Ravager is at 85% health. So if you're getting a Ravage from the non-main target, somebody in your group isn't paying attention. What am I gonna... we have that, and that. We're not really using Flux, so why don't we take Flux out? Put in our Slow. And then... oh, man. I guess we'll take that out for the AoE? Sure, why not? What's that? Oh, well there you go. That sounds like people who just jump in, log in, expect you to group, and then talk crap about you when you don't. Okay, now we sit down and then. I was throwing a bunch of questions at you, and I appreciate your answering them. Is it possible to solo or duo in the game? So soloing and duoing will get you somewheres. Whether or not you enjoy it or not is a different thing altogether. Probably by the time you hit level 15, I would say you're probably gonna not be too keen about soloing or duoing. Now, with that said, if you happen to get 15 or higher and you log in one night and the two of you, whoever it may be, maybe you don't have enough time to get into a group or whatnot, you could run around and find things to kill. But as far as getting loot, probably not a thing. You really do need to make friends, jump into groups, and run dungeons and whatnot and kill names. Now, there are a fair number of people who have gone on a few months ago, over and over again, a bunch of times, even to Joppa, that people that solo and duo should be able to get to all the same places a group can get to, just slower. Well, that makes no sense, and that's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. No single duo trio group at level should be able to go anywhere else that a 6-person group can go to. So with that said, you may enjoy soloing and duoing, but if you're looking for the full experience to get gear, move on, explore places, get different gear, you're not going to do that solo, duo, even trio is going to be difficult. You can do it to a point, but it's going to be difficult. You're going to get bored of it, and then your mental state's going to change about the game, and then maybe you turn around and go, oh, this game's not what I thought it was, and then you tell your friend, I was in the game, but the game got boring. Yeah, but you were doing it with 1 or 2 other people, not a full group, right? It's a different experience. We've been having a blast down here. We've gotten like 7 levels or 8 levels between the whole group. Is leveling viable, but gear is group locked? Gear's not group locked. There is gear you can get, and there's also crafting. There's also players selling gear. All that stuff still exists in this game. But if you want to be able to get the gear that somebody who plays in a group gets, you need to be in a group. That's what it comes down to. You will not get group-based gear as a soloer or a duoer. You may get there as a trioer, but you're going to have to be a much higher level, and that's not fun. Nobody wants to go through great content. You know, I mean, there's probably somebody who does. Oh, I die quite a bit on all my tunes. It happens. But we're okay with dying. You're going to watch, if you watch and follow other people's content, you're going to see people who don't like dying. A lot of people complain about dying, get fed up and rage quit and log out and disconnect. I don't care. The people that I run with don't care. We're here to play the game the way it's intended. If we die a dozen times in the night, we die a dozen times in the night. We just get up, brush it off, go back at it again. I've got some pretty cool people in my Rolodex, so to speak. And again, I would never tell you not to solo, and I wouldn't tell you that you can't solo in the game. You'll be able to solo, but it's going to be slow after a certain point, and that's usually around level 10. It's going to be slow, and I promise you, you will not like it shortly thereafter. It really does pay to advertise you're looking for group. This is a social MMORPG. Again, I said this earlier. On their website and the Steam page, in the very first paragraph, it tells you it's a social MMORPG. Social is not spelled S-O-L-O. I never solo duo, but I see people doing that at many levels. It's not hard to get pickup groups on Stormona. Yeah, well, Stormona is the most popular server. It has the highest population 7 days a week. Why are you on both? Oh, I guess one's a stalker. That's not bad. You need to make a smash cut compilation of all the times you've died. Oh my goodness, how many times have I died? So major loot will be locked behind group play, which is totally fine. I just don't want to spend 30 minutes to 60 minutes looking for a group when I only have 1 or 2 hours to play. Well, see, now that depends on when you get in. Do you get in at launch and start making friends right away so you have those people? Do you wait and give a month because you're worried about congestion and population, but by the time you get in, there's nobody at the low level? A lot of factors come into play. I'm a very patient person, but I make a lot of friends. That's just what I do. I'm here to enjoy the game. If you watch my vids, you'll see. Stalker wasn't killed there. Stalker had like 2 hit points left, and he managed to get behind the group, so he killed the healer. I couldn't do anything because the mob was getting damaged. I still want to group and LFM and all that good stuff, but I also want to be able to hop on with my chicken, knock some, go out or farm. I mean, farming resources, you could do that. You're going to need to do that. If you want to jump into crafting, you're going to need a lot of material. So, if you want to save your group time for your group time and your duo time for running around getting everything else done, I would do that. Don't compromise group time to go harvesting, no matter what you're trying to make. Don't risk group time to go harvesting. Is Crush on this same server? Yes, I'm on Stormona. If Krushnek made a comp of deaths, it would make Dark Souls look hella... You know what? So when I first started streaming a long time ago, I was gifted Dark Souls by one of my viewers back then. And they knew that chances are that I wouldn't get around to playing it, but they thought if I ever wanted to jump into something other than EQ, to give it a go. Long story short, I got hooked on Dark Souls 1, ended up picking up Dark Souls 2, ended up picking up the expansion for Dark Souls 1, picked up everything for Dark Souls 2, then picked up everything for Dark Souls 3. I played through all 3 of them, I absolutely loved it. Then all these other games started to come out. You had like Sekiro, and then you had Bloodborne, and Demon Souls was redone and whatnot. And I never got back to playing those, even though I wanted to, because I was in an MMORPG. I still want to play, what is it? Not Dark Souls. What's the game? Not Bloodborne. What's the other game that's like Dark Souls? Elden Ring. Yes, I still want to play Elden Ring. I haven't done it. Dude, I wanted to pick it up when it launched. I wanted to pick it up the next day, a week later. Dude, I wanted to pick it up and play it, but I kept jumping, I kept raiding, I kept hanging out with all these people. And I probably should have jumped into Elden Ring, because I'm sure that would have been much more fun to viewers to watch my arse run through Elden Ring. Dark Souls, Elden Ring, and Monster Hunter are some of my favorite games. I have Monster Hunter. I was gifted Monster Hunter World and Monster Hunter Wilds. So, I've got those. I played them for, I think, a stream, maybe 2 streams. But again, I liked them. I was getting into them. But I ended up back in my raiding game, whatever it was at the time. Chances are EQ. I had a lot of fun over the years that I've been streaming that I was in EQ. But in all honesty, I probably never should have gone back into EQ when I did. I should have gone and played all the other games that I wanted to play. And when you go on my YouTube page, if you don't click on live and just click on the videos, you'll see that I played a whole bunch of games back then. But EQ just took me into another world. I met a lot of cool people. But I probably shouldn't have, truth be told. you know. I don't hang out with them now. I don't know where they are. The guild, I think the guild doesn't exist anymore for the most part, so they've scattered to other guilds. I think they're all still in EQ in some shape, but I think they're on different servers, hanging out with different people. I haven't looked at EQ at all since I came into Pantheon. Your buddy just started on Stormona. He wanted to know your thoughts on the Summoner and Necro. The Necro's phenomenal. The Necro's been phenomenal since it launched. So the Necro was released October of last year during what we call Season 6. The Necromancer was phenomenal right out of the gate. Now the Necromancer's had some modifications and changes, and some would say upgrades, over the past 10 months. Because a lot of people, I guess, couldn't understand how the Necro was supposed to be played. Because they kept saying the Necro's not finished, the Necro doesn't do this, doesn't do that, should do this, should do that. The Necro did all sorts of things when it launched. Arguably, out of the 12 or 13 classes that are available to play right now, the Necro, next to the Druid, was the most flushed out class at launch. But a lot of players just didn't know how to play the Necromancer, that's all. I started a Necromancer. I don't play Necromancers. I don't play casters. I'm a tank. But I played this Necromancer, and the Necromancer was so amazing to me that I almost started a Necromancer when Early Access launched. But thankfully I stuck with tanking. But the Necromancer's phenomenal. The Summoner. The Summoner is a very cool class. I group with a couple of Summoners that are fantastic. The issue is, just about every summoner talks about how their DPS seems to be lacking. Now, they don't really hold the same kind of utility a summoner did, or a conjurer did in EQ. They're looking at the summoner class, they're looking at the summoner right now. They're making changes to the summoner right now. The summoner will get what we call their pass. So they'll have their kit updated for levels 1 to 40. Should you play a summoner now if they're looking at it? Yes, because you'll get the majority or mostly how the summoner is played. You're just waiting for upgrades. The playstyle is not going to change. So, they're both phenomenal classes. Now, as far as soloing, you need to be really careful. The summoner at higher levels will get a second pet, but that second pet is passive. It doesn't attack mobs, all it does is heal. So, keep that in mind. But those are all the classes in the game right now are phenomenal. They all do their job. I've grouped with every class in the game and I've killed everything in the game multiple times. The classes are fine. If you are someone who is complaining because your class is broken, you need to reevaluate how you're playing. Because I got 100 people that are playing the game right now that will tell you differently. So that's Krushnek, that's our main. I don't play him right now because there's no level 50 content. That's Lancelot, that's our paladin, he's level 30. Our Necro's level 20. We have a Dire Lord we haven't played a whole lot of. We have our Monk. We have the Warrior we're currently playing. This is Krushnek number 7, technically. We have a Druid. I told myself I was never going to play a Priest class again after EQ. I just wanted the name Hipster Doofus. That's all. Then there's a level 5 Shaman. Buff all of you. No, my group just ended. Then we have a level 9 Wizard that is Fistandantalis, which comes from the Dragonlance universe. Nothing at the moment. I'm on my character select screen. What level are you guys playing with? The closest I have would be the 20 Necro and the 16 Monk. I mean, my enchanter is level 12 as well. Oh, no. Oh, you're in Wild's End. Oh, I don't think I have anybody in Wild's End. No, my tunes at your guys' levels are in AVP. Is there a charm mechanic? Charm is not in the game just yet, but charm apparently is coming. Now, I'm just going to say this. Charm will be available to the enchanters. The enchanters are already stupidly overpowered because of their animated pet. If the animated pet gets crippled, meaning that if it gets scaled down immensely and then charm comes in, cool. If the animated pet stays the way it is right now and charm comes in, just delete the enchanter altogether. I've been having a conversation in chat on stream or what have you, and it's been keeping my time. Hey, lion friend. So you don't always play an ogre? No, I don't always play an ogre. We have a bunch of different tunes. So play enchanter? I mean, that's up to you. Yeah, I've been telling my stream, all the classes in this game, if you understand how to play all the classes in this game, all the classes can be silly in some respect. But a lot of people just don't take the time. Oh, it's Penn. What's going on, man? Gotcha. Oh, my lord, it's 2 a.m. Holy smokes. Okay, chat, I gotta go. I gotta get to bed. Those of you that are still here, as always, I hope you guys enjoyed your time here. Tomorrow being Sunday, we should be live around the usual time. If I don't have anything going on tomorrow, we might be a little bit early. I've got some stuff I gotta get done, but I'm sure I'll get it done before I go live tomorrow evening. Anyhow, thanks for the conversation. Hope I answered all your questions. You guys have yourselves a good night or good day, and we'll see you on the next stream. Take care.